I'm back. Welcome. And this is the United States session COVID-19 relief package. Sorry for the last broadcast. Ran into some issues, but here we go. Let's begin on the Senate floor of the United States Senate.
Of your steadfast love, and proclaim your faithfulness to all generations. Make us one nation, truly wise, with righteousness, exalting us in due season. Today, inspire our lawmakers to walk in the light of your countenance. Abide with them so that your wisdom will influence each decision they make. Keep them from the evil that brings grief, enabling them to avoid the pitfalls that lead to ruin. Lord, empower them to glorify you in all they say and do. We pray in your holy name. Amen.
Will you please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Can I please have 1 minute for morning business?
President Pro Tem is recognized without objection.
Today's Sunday, and I want to remember what Senator Byrd said on a lot of Sundays when the Senate was in session. And he didn't say this because he didn't want to work on Sunday, but he wanted everybody to remember the significance of Sunday for some people, particularly Christians. He always said, remember the Sabbath and keep it holy. Now, I want to refer to another particular Sunday. Never in Senate's history has the Senate convened Congress, that meaning a new Congress, on a Sunday. The Constitution mandates that Congress convene at noon on January 3, unless the preceding Congress by law designates a different day. Of course, January 3rd has fallen on a Sunday over the last 238 years, and each time, by unanimous consent, the Congress set a new convening day other than that Sunday. So now it appears, for the first time in history, that Senate Democrats don't want to agree to such unanimous consent, and instead are insisting that the Senate start the 117th Congress on Sunday. I'm not looking to get out of work. I've proven that I have respect for attendance in the Senate. But out of respect, the Senate usually does not have business on religious holidays observed by members of various faiths. So, just like Senator Byrd, I also think the Lord's Day, particularly when it's paired with the weight of starting the new Congress, deserves reverence. I yield.
Mr. President,
Majority Leader.
our bipartisan bicameral discussions on another major pandemic rescue package continued all night and this morning. We're winnowing down the remaining differences. I believe I can speak for all sides when I say I hope and expect to have a final agreement nailed down in a matter of hours. Yesterday evening, our Democratic colleagues agreed to important language authored by Senator Toomey. Back in March, in the CARES Act, Congress funded several new emergency lending facilities to be operated by the Federal Reserve. Their purpose was simple: to backstop the basic foundations of our economy and prevent any kind of sweeping financial paralysis. Our actions worked. The other historic relief that Congress passed, combined with the existence of these lending facilities, staved off systemic collapse. American workers and families still need much more help, but a total financial meltdown never materialized. These new emergency lending facilities were always intended to sunset at the end of this year. Senator Toomey and our Democratic colleagues have landed on compromise language that ensures this will, in fact, happen. It also redirects the dormant money in these accounts toward the urgent needs of working Americans and ensures that these expiring programs cannot be simply restarted or cloned without another authorization from Congress, all while preserving both the independence of the Federal Reserve and the proper authority of Congress. Yet another example of good faith bipartisan collaboration that has defined our discussions all week. At this point, we're down to the last few differences that stand between struggling Americans and their major rescue package they need and deserve. These days and nights of negotiations have been encouraging, but our citizens need this waiting game to be over. Yesterday alone, another 3,388 of my fellow Kentuckians tested positive for the coronavirus. The virus continues to spread throughout our country. Thousands of Americans are being robbed of their lives on a daily basis. And while the resilience of the American people have brought along our economic recovery faster than expected, it will remain both insufficient and tenuous until the vaccines that will end this fight have been distributed all across the nation. For months, literally months, Senate Republicans have been calling for another targeted package to reopen the job-saving Paycheck Protection Program, extend federal unemployment benefits, fund K-12 schools, fund vaccine distribution, and get a lot more help onto the front lines as fast as possible. I'm relieved that we appear to be just hours away from legislation that will finally do that. When we get this done, Congress will not deserve any special praise, not with this relief having waited until late December, and not with some of our Democratic colleagues openly saying the reason they finally changed their tune was they finally got a president-elect of their own party. When we finalize this measure and pass it, Congress will only have done our job. We will have finally done our duty in getting more relief to those who need it most. Let's make today the day we join together, put differences aside, and finally get it done.
Under the previous order, the leadership time is reserved. Morning business is closed. Under the previous order, the Senate will proceed to executive session to resume consideration of the following nomination, which the clerk will report.
Nomination, Tennessee Valley Authority, Brian Noland of Tennessee to be
You are tuning into live coverage here on HAPS television of the COVID-19 relief package. Right now, at the United States session, they are also voting on nominations for executive and judicial appointments, or judicial and executive nominations, excuse me. So thank you for joining me here on HAPS television. This session is going to be pretty long. You're going to have, again, the executive and judicial vote nomination votes. You're also going to have the COVID-19 relief package. The full written out legislation has not been showcased on the Senate floor just yet. So again, we're going to be here for quite a while. A deal may be reached today. It may happen today. We may see a vote and it will happen today. If not, the federal government will shut down. The federal government will shut down if there is no deal. Okay, let me show you really quickly. I showed some takeovers here. You can put this on the screen here on HAPS television. It's really nice. But let me get to the details here. NBC News reported this morning that the COVID-19 package will include direct checks of $600 for qualifying Americans and a federal unemployment insurance bonus of $300 a week. Okay, that is the news being reported by NBC this morning. Okay, so we're going to have to see that fully. That's their report, and they have their sources, and they've done their reporting. We're going to see what happens here on the Senate floor. Okay, if Congress passes this, as you see on the C-SPAN screen, if Congress passes this before midnight Eastern and President Trump signs the bill, it's good to go. The package that you saw on the screen, $600 direct checks to American adults, $300 for unemployment, the unemployment bonus, the federal unemployment insurance bonus of $300 a week. That will go through, but it has to happen before midnight. Also, with all of this, you've got the 2021 spending package that's being discussed, that will be discussed here today. So the final COVID-19 aid and the 2021 spending package, all on our plate, all on tabs today, all on camera today. Thank you for tuning in to HAPS Television. I really appreciate those of you who are joining from Reddit, from HAPS, from Twitter, wherever you are watching this. Thank you so much for tuning in to this historic day. You hardly ever see Sunday sessions. It's the third Sunday session of the year for the United States Senate. Okay, hello, Pablo. Pablo joined in the last one where the United States House of Representatives, they were just talking for barely a minute, and then they ended the broadcast. I thought it was going to go the whole hour. They were just basically confirming that they're going to, go through the process today. Thank you so much. Someone saying if there's relief finally, no, not yet. They're going to vote. They're going to maybe vote today. We don't know. If a deal is not reached, there will be a federal government shutdown. If a deal is not reached before 12:01 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. Let me go through some of the, hold on one second, sorry. I'm going to go through some of the details here really quick, and I'll share you a comment from a senator earlier today, and I'm going to put it on the screen. Thank you for commenting. I live in Maine, and you would never believe the amount of people homeless and starving. Thank you for the comment. Okay, let me show you what a GOP senator said earlier this morning on Fox News Sunday. I mispronounced his name. I'm sorry. It was John Barrasso. John Barrasso from Wyoming. This is what he had to say earlier this morning on Fox News Sunday. Quote, "This gets done today. No more delays. We are not leaving until we have relief for the American people." So again, it is really right up to the deadline. We are right up to the deadline here with the COVID-19 relief package. I'm going to tune back. Look, I'm going to unmute the C-SPAN stream, and thanks C-SPAN for doing this. We're allowed to rebroadcast this C-SPAN stream on the House floor. You can do it, and on the Senate floor. And this is the Senate floor. We're allowed to do it. So let's go back out and listen in. I believe they're still voting on a judicial nomination, if I'm correct. Again, that you're going to also see that today as well. But let's listen in and see if they are talking about the relief package or if it's about nominations. Let's listen in. Okay, nothing so far. Nothing so far. They're just so no noise there. Okay, we're going to put on some comments. I'm going to put on some comments here from Reddit that were here. I'm getting to the point where I'm starting to wonder if we should have done lockdowns at all. Thank you for commenting on Reddit. Here, another one. It's heartbreaking. It's like your job, career choice determined if you survive a pandemic. It's insane. Another comment from Reddit. Another comment from Reddit. These peasants in the Capitol are a reflection of us. If we think Congress is grotesque, it's because we are, because we keep voting these neocons into office. Thank you for your comment. Again, here on HAPS Television, I can play comments, showcase anything here. So again, we're going to wait. There's always, with Senate sessions, there's always different topics being discussed, different votes being had. So there's other business besides the COVID-19 relief package, but I'm leaving it here. So when senators come up to speak, you saw Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell saying that the relief is as well deserved for Americans. That's what the Republican Senate Majority Leader said as he opened up there on the Senate floor. So again, there's other business needed to be that's going to be taken care of. The legislation is still being written. The legislation is still being written. It's not been displayed fully on the Senate floor yet. So just in case, if you're wondering what's going on here, that's what's going on. We still have to wait for the full legislation to come out on the Senate floor. But, I might as well, the reason why I'm keeping this on live is because, maybe some of you are interested in the other things, in the judicial nominations as well. So I'm just leaving it full stream because, I can't predict when someone's going to speak, what's going to happen next. So we just have to leave it there. Is this oh, thank you for asking this on YouTube. I'm going to play this on the screen. Is this the live session of today's vote on the COVID relief package? Okay, this is the COVID relief package broadcast. Yes, on the United States Senate. The vote is not happening right now, currently. Okay, the legislation has not been fully displayed yet on the Senate floor. However, there's also other business in the meantime. There are judicial and executive nominations, as you see on the screen there on C-SPAN. So that's going to take place. We're waiting for the full legislation on the COVID-19 aid and the 2021 spending package. Once that is displayed out on the Senate floor, then it will be time for a vote. So hopefully I answered your question there. Thank you for commenting on YouTube. Thank you so much. All right, we're getting quite a bit of Reddit comments here. Thank you so much. Hopefully I can get to a lot of these comments. It's going to be tough here juggling. But let me, if you've just joined, just to recap what the, what the relief package is. So the relief package, COVID-19 package that they're discussing, that they're going to discuss, $600 for direct checks to qualifying Americans and a federal unemployment insurance bonus of $300 a week. Also, there will be vaccine distribution funds as well. That will be discussed on the Senate floor and wrapped up into the legislation. That will be included in the legislation, by the way, vaccine distribution funds. Also, I just want to make sure I'm getting the correct info here. Sorry. Yes. Okay. We'll get to more and we'll start hearing more. Right now, again, there's other business taking place on the Senate floor. So you have to be patient here. This is going to be a long day. This is, I do not, if you have to ask me just my own personal opinion here, I do not think that this will, be finished all in 2 hours. Okay. There's a lot of legislation, a lot in this package. It's what would be referred as a omnibus bill. There's several measures. There's so much in this bill, in this package, that it's not just a single issue. This is not like this is an omnibus bill essentially here, with so many components, so many different things being added here. Here is a comment from Reddit. This is the commenter. We should force them to face their constituents, but I don't think most of them care about their constituents, just power and money. Thank you for the comment. Thanks for joining from Reddit, YouTube, and HAPS Television, or anywhere else that you're tuning into this broadcast. I really appreciate it. Excuse me. I'm going to need to drink a lot of water today. It's going to be a long day. Okay, let's see. I mean, you never know. We may just tune in real quick. I'm just letting it roll pretty much. I'm not trying to I want you to be able to see the C-SPAN stream in general too, because, I think you should be able to see everything. I think you should be able to see the, judicial, the votes on judicial nominations and executive nominations. So I'm just going to, let it rip, just showcase all of it. And then when, the COVID-19 talk comes, then we'll show that too. So, in a rare Sunday session, we might as well just showcase everything. So let's see. I can't tell what's going on. They're discussing there. Here, I'm going to unmute. Let's see if we can hear any audio. No, they're so no audio coming from C-SPAN right now. We will though. I'm just thinking, we might as well just show everything, because it's such a unique broadcast today with this relief package. We might as well just showcase it all. Just if they're going to do a judicial and executive nomination right now, I'll show you that. You got nothing else better to do right now. Here, let's another comment. It's up to us to vote Congress out, and if we don't, it's our fault. That's from Reddit comment. Another Reddit comment. I generally vote for the non-incumbent. Never makes a difference. Interesting strategy there. Usually, we always talk about incumbency advantage. The incumbent always has the advantage, name recognition, all this stuff, but you decide to go that you generally vote for the non-incumbent. That's really interesting. I never heard of that strategy before. Okay. This is another comment going to place on the screen. People can't just show up during presidential elections. Folks have to show up during midterms and congressional elections. Look, I'm not here doing opinion broadcasting, but there's so much attention focused at the top of the ticket. Makes you wonder, how much does the top of the ticket, especially with the presidency, really affect your life directly? There's so many local issues. There are so many ballot initiatives. The mayoral election, all these things. And maybe I would love to hear, your response to this. Maybe it's a question I pose to all of you as we're watching here. Does a local election affect you directly more than the presidency? I want to hear your thoughts here. I would love to hear your thoughts here on HAPS Television. Do you feel like your city council elections, your mayoral elections, your congressional elections, your midterms, do they have a bigger impact on your life directly than what happens in a presidential election? I would love to hear your response. Anyone, any comment? It's a question I'm posing to all of you. They don't care about us. That was a comment that you're going to see on the screen. They don't care about us, period. I think you're referring to politicians generally or members of the Senate. Okay, let's tune into Chuck Schumer, the Democrat minority leader from New York.
But I'm quite hopeful that we're closing in on an outcome. It appears that barring a major mishap, the Senate and House will be able to vote on final legislation as early as tonight. Many of the provisions in this bill are already public. They are all items that the country desperately needs and upon which there is no disagreement. We all are ready to deliver a desperately needed extension of enhanced unemployment benefits, direct survival checks to millions of American families, and crucial relief to our schools, our small businesses, our healthcare system, and funding to support the production and distribution of a vaccine. As of yesterday, we had been steadily working through all of the other outstanding issues, but one issue threatened to derail the bill. The senator from Pennsylvania made an 11th-hour demand to curtail the authority of the Fed to respond to economic crises, potentially leaving the Fed with less authority than it had even prior to the pandemic. The language in his provision was so broad, the intent seemed to be to sabotage the incoming administration's ability to stabilize the economy and save jobs. That was completely unacceptable to Democrats. But late last night, the logjam was broken. Senator Toomey accepted my compromise to remove the dangerous similar to language in his bill that was overly broad. We sent the senator far more limited language around 8 p.m. last night, and it was accepted a few hours later with a few technical changes. As a result, the Federal Reserve will retain its tools and authority in the event of a true emergency. Now, this compromise should not have taken as long as it did, and frankly, it was irresponsible to threaten the entire package with this ideological attempt to limit the Fed and Treasury's powers in an emergency. But I'm very glad that our Republican colleagues relented and accepted our offer. The Toomey legislation was the last significant stumbling block to a bipartisan agreement moving forward. Solving our disagreement over the Fed's authority was a key to unlocking the rest of the bill and putting us on a path to final legislation. Now that we've solved that disagreement, we can close in on a final agreement, finish drafting legislation, and move it through both chambers of Congress, hopefully as soon as tonight. As we speak, the legislative text is being finalized. The time has come to move forward and reach a conclusion. The legislation that's coming together will put money in the pockets of everyday people and extend many of the benefits that we included the CARES Act, a bill I was proud to negotiate with Secretary Mnuchin. I will be the first to admit that while this short-term deal is necessary to meet the urgent and growing needs that so many people are facing immediately going into the winter, this bill is not sufficient. It is necessary, it is not sufficient. Democrats would have liked to provide more relief, especially to state and local governments, and especially to American families on the brink of financial collapse. The survival checks in this bill are a good start, but there was bipartisan support for $1,200 checks. So let me be clear about one thing. This bill will not be the final word on congressional COVID relief. When this chamber gavels back in 2021, we must pick up immediately where we left off. We must protect people's jobs, whether they work for a company or a local government, whether they live in blue states or red states, whether they're office employees or teachers, bus drivers, and firefighters. Still, the significance of this package should not be underestimated. We will deliver the second largest federal stimulus in our nation's history. Only the CARES Act will have been bigger. This package will give the new president a head start as he prepares to right our ailing economy. And it won't include any provision to limit the legal rights of workers who are put in harm's way. It won't include any provision to gratuitously limit the authority of the Fed. On many issues where Republicans once refused to grant an inch, we're also able to make meaningful steps forward. Republicans, in their initial proposal, wanted zero direct payments. They wanted zero unemployment insurance. They wanted zero rent relief. Only a few months ago, the Republican leader admitted that 20 members of his caucus didn't want to approve another dime in spending. Now we're on the verge of passing more than $900 billion. Once an agreement is finalized, I'll have a lot more to say about the contents of the bill and the process it took to achieve it. But for now, I'm happy to report we have surmounted the final largest hurdle and an ending is in sight. Let's get the job done together for the sake of the American people. I yield the floor. Vote.
Mr. President,
Senator from Colorado,
I ask the mandatory quorum call be waived.
without objection. The clerk will report the motion to invoke cloture.
Cloture motion, we, the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a close debate on the nomination of Brian Noland of Tennessee to be a member of the Board of Directors of the Tennessee Valley Authority, signed by 17 senators.
By unanimous consent, the mandatory quorum call has been waived. The question is it the sense of the Senate that debate on the nomination of Brian Noland of Tennessee to be a member of the Board of Directors of the Tennessee
Okay, you just heard Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer, the Democrat from New York, speaking on the COVID-19 relief package. He said, this is what he had to say in his speech, that this bill will not be the final relief. Those are his words, that this COVID-19 relief package will not be the final relief to Americans, and that once 2021 begins, he believes that there should be more relief, that he believes that there should be more economic relief. Late last night, the discussion was, mainly about with Senator Pat Toomey of Ohio and other senior lawmakers about the Federal Reserve's emergencies powers, their authority in this whole relief package situation, and Senator Pat Toomey, along with Chuck Schumer and the other senior lawmakers, were able to come to a deal, basically, giving this the green light for the Fed, and now. We are just awaiting for more stuff. There's more, there's other business being had on the Senate floor. As you see, judicial and executive nominations. So someone asks, or from a YouTube, thank you for commenting. I'm going to play it on the screen. No details yet. Well, let me share you the details. Let me share you some details. Some of you may have seen this at the top of the broadcast, but for those of you who have missed it, showcase this. So NBC News reported earlier this morning, according to their sources, that the COVID-19 package will include direct checks of $600 for qualifying Americans and a federal unemployment insurance bonus of $300 a week. There's also vaccine distribution funds, that will be in the COVID-19 relief package. There's a lot more. So again, we're going to be hearing this all day long. It's going to be a long night. And you know, Chuck Schumer, the Senate minority leader, the Democrat out of New York, he says that, you know, he expects this to be voted by tonight. So those were his words. That's what he said. Legislative text is still being finalized. So again, the full legislation that all of you are probably waiting for, and I'm waiting for, and I think everyone in the United States is waiting for, has not been showcased yet. So they're still finalizing the legislative text. It goes through the House, then it goes through the Senate, and then a vote will be had. An earlier quote from today, Republican senator from Wyoming had this to say. He told Fox News Sunday, quote, "This gets done today. No more delays. We are not leaving until we have relief for the American people." John Barrasso from Wyoming, the senator from Wyoming. I'll place some comments on the screen as we wait here. You know, the beauty of doing this live stream through HAPS television is, you know, we get to showcase comments on the screen and really get to, and your voice gets to be heard on here with this robust feature, or with this amazing comment section we're seeing here. Let's see here. Someone says, no more senior citizens for Congress. You know, there have been some people who believe that, you know, there's one school of thought that, you know, says that the United States government at its current stage is a gerontocracy of sorts. Gerontocracy means a government run by old people. There are a lot of people who believe that. They look at the age of, you know, Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell. They look at the age of Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer. They look at the Speaker of the House, Nancy Pelosi. They look at the fact that the incoming president-elect Joe Biden is the oldest president to ever be elected to the White House. So there is a lot, you know, there are people out there like that Reddit commenter who shared that comment, who believe that the United States government is a gerontocracy, that, you know, we have a government run by old people. That's one school of thought. Thank you. And someone said, someone responds back saying, older and wiser. Older and wiser. There's, you know, the one school of thought that believes that, you know, gerontocracy, a government run by old people, is a bad thing. And then, you know, you see a comment on Twitter with that other school of thought saying, you know, young people may not know what's best. Young people may not know what's best for the country, and they shouldn't be leading, and they shouldn't be, you know, holding elected offices. They should be developing themselves more. So again, just sharing different schools of thought here on HAPS television. Lively comment section here today on HAPS. What you see on your screen is a C-SPAN rebroadcast. This is all live. This is all live television, live broadcasting. There are, of course, you know, other business going on the Senate floor, executive and judicial nomination votes, as the legislative text is being finalized for the COVID-19 relief package. So you're going to see all of this today playing out as the text is being finalized. Politicians are like professional wrestlers. They play a character. That is a comment from someone on Reddit. Life Surfer. Cool name. Cool name. Are they voting today? From Richard. So that is the expectation of Chuck Schumer, the Senate Majority Leader, and that's the expectation of even the Wyoming Republican senator I showed you on the screen, and I'll show it again for Richard here. What John Barrasso said from Wyoming. Hold on, this will come on the screen. Okay, so this is what Senator Barrasso said on Fox News Sunday. This gets done. No more delays. We're not leaving until we have relief for the American people. There's an expectation that there will be a vote today. And yes, there could always be the off chance it doesn't happen for some odd reason. We can't guarantee things, but it seems like it when you hear from Chuck Schumer, when you hear from those at the on Capitol Hill, that's the kind of rhetoric. So it does seem like they just need to finalize finalize the text in the legislation and get this going. If it does not happen before 12:01 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, 9:01 p.m. Pacific, 12:01 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, the government will shut down. So hopefully, Richard, I answered your question. Oh, he didn't respond yet. Or Richard didn't respond yet. So, okay. I'm going to show you a quick little rundown summary. If you're broadcasting on HAPS, you may have seen this feature. They're called takeovers. Takeovers are when you can put stuff on the screen and show you different, have information pop up on the screen. So I'm going to showcase this right now as we're watching this vote here for to limit debate on Brian Noland to the board of directors of the Tennessee Valley Authority. So, we're not really, oh, thank you, Richard. Oh, hold on. Thank you, Richard. Really appreciate it. So we're going to not talk about the other business. We're mainly focusing on the COVID-19 relief package today here. So we'll allow the Senate to do what they're doing there, but I'm going to showcase some information for you in a kind of slideshow way, just so this can get you caught up to speed if you have just joined the broadcast. So let me get this to you here. So I'm going to push all of these onto the screen. So this is the third Sunday session of the year. If you're just joining me right now, it's the third Sunday session for the United States this year. NBC News reports that the COVID-19 package, this current one right now, will include direct checks of $600 for qualifying Americans and a federal unemployment insurance bonus of $300 a week. Looming government shutdown if a deal is not reached by 12:01 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. The United States federal government will shut down. Expectation is that won't happen. Wyoming Republican Senator John Barrasso told Fox News Sunday, this gets done today. No more delays. We're not leaving until we have relief for the American people. And Chuck Schumer, the Democrat Senate Senate Minority Leader, echoing similar sentiments that they want to get this done by tonight, a vote by tonight. No major economic aid since March. Remember the CARES Act, $1.8 trillion in aid, $1,200 direct checks to Americans, and $600 per week jobless benefits. We're going to see $600 direct checks if it goes through, and $300 unemployment insurance, federal unemployment insurance bonus of $300 a week. That is the difference. It's going to be upwards to $900 billion, the package. It was 1.8 trillion in March. We're going to see roughly around $900 billion. That's what a lot of the reports are saying, and that's what Chuck Schumer just stated a few moments ago on the Senate floor. Random comment here from, I'm going to play this on the screen here. Pepperoni pizza rolls are lit. Okay, I don't know how that's related to this broadcast, but thank you for commenting. Let's see. I'm going to scroll up. I've probably missed some comments. I'll showcase them on the screen here as we're awaiting. Okay, this might be an interesting comment to just randomly discuss. The age should be capped at 65 to run for Congress. Look, and then that's your opinion. I think other belief may be that that's kind of a form of age discrimination, you may argue. That may be, I mean, really, you know, so if you want to say age of 65, are you engaging in a form of age discrimination there? Some may argue against you and say that. So thanks for the comment there. Yes, so right now, again, it's going to be a long day and it's going to be a long broadcast. So, buckle up. I do not expect this happening soon. And you're hearing tonight, again, tonight Eastern time. So right now it is 10:48 a.m. Pacific and 1:48 p.m. Eastern. So we're in for a long ride. Here's another comment. They just waste so much time in the Senate. Well, I mean, they have other business to take care of here. So they have to await for the text to be, it has to go through the House, then through the Senate, then signed by the president. So here, I mean, I know a lot of people say that the Senate, or people will say that Congress is so bureaucratic, things take so much time, but they have to wait for the House here. So they got to wait. And they also have to wait for the text to be finalized. So tired of them. They need to be more efficient and care about us. Thanks for the comment from Reddit. So unemployed get direct checks too? Well, I would say, I mean, if I remember correctly, and have to make sure because they haven't said it, they haven't outlined everything yet. Okay, not all the details are finalized, but hopefully I don't want to be inaccurate here. If I remember correctly, during the CARES Act, yes, there were direct checks to unemployed Americans, and I believe it would. Yes, it would be the same here as well. But I don't want to mislead in any way. So let's wait for the Senate floor to share all the information with us. So many comments here on HAPS television. So much I'm trying to find which one to put on the screen. There are just so many as we're awaiting here for more for, everything to be finalized really for the COVID-19 relief package. Finalizing the legislation, finalizing everything to get ready for a vote tonight that is expected. So a vote is expected tonight. Is there a feed for the House of Representatives? Let me check. I will check to make sure. I did earlier today do a little bit of a feed of the House of Representatives, but they were only on for like 2 minutes and then C-SPAN cut out of it. So I will check. Thank you for doing that, for saying that. I will check right now for you. If they do have a feed of the House, we'll go directly there. Let me see. Yeah, thanks for bringing that up. Thanks for bringing that up. So let's see here. No, that right now, the United States House, there's no feed right now, the House of Representatives at this moment through C-SPAN. So no, when they're finalizing the legislation and the legislative text, it's not really going to be public, out on television, on HAPS, on C-SPAN, writing out the legislation and showing it on camera. That's not, that's more of a private matter. So that's not for the public. But we will hear the details. We will hear the content of the legislation soon. And you'll see it on the Senate floor soon. I don't know the exact time, but we will see it. You will see it here. So yeah, thank you. Yeah, thanks. Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much. YouTube comment. Thanks for this. A question. What do you think the chances are of the president signing the bill tonight? Well, if it goes through the House and it goes through the Senate, and if you had to ask me, I would say that the president would sign on it. And if you go back earlier into this whole process, President Trump was actually advocating for a larger stimulus than what is being presented now. It was President Trump's advisors who said, no, it would not be a good idea. But again, President Trump, I believe he tweeted, and I'll get his tweet here. Let me see if I can read his tweet for you. He did say, hold on 1 second. I'm going to find the president's tweet. So the Senate votes soon and the House votes tonight. No, okay, so the Senate will vote tonight. It has to go through the House first, the People's House, House of Representatives, and then it goes through the Senate. Then it goes to the president's desk to sign on the bill, to confirm it through, to get it through. So House first, Senate second, President third. That's the order for the relief package. Okay, I'm trying to. I gotta find what the president was saying about the relief package, and here, let me put Miguel's comment. He says, I think he will. I think the president will. And I would say so too. I think the president will sign on it. He did sign on the bill to stop a previous shutdown for this package. Remember, there was going to be a shutdown on Friday night. But at the last second, they secured the temporary government funding for the weekend to be able to even, have this possible vote coming tonight. So I think I think Miguel is right. I do think Miguel is right. Let me find this here. Sorry for the delay. I'm searching for the president's tweet on this issue so we can see for sure whether or not he believes in this. Hold on, sorry, 1 second. The president says, okay, let me repeat what this is what President Trump has said on the stimulus bill. This was 13 hours ago. President Trump says, this is what he said 13 hours ago. Why isn't Congress, these are his words, why isn't Congress giving our people a stimulus bill? It wasn't their fault. It was the fault of China. Get it done and give them more money in direct payments. Those are his direct words. Those are 13 hours ago. So again, Miguel, he's blaming China here, but in that tweet, but he's basically saying, and he put in all caps, get it done, get it done. So, I think he will sign based on his ongoing language for stimulus relief as well. Yeah. So basically, he said, "Get it done." That's essentially, if you could boil down that tweet into 3 words, "Get it done." I mean, I think it's pretty clear that he would sign on. I mean, again, there's no guaranteed. We can't be mislead. I can't mislead, or it's got to be completely accurate here. So you have to actually see the actions take place. A lot of people talk, right? But it's all about actions. We're following actions, not just words, because I think this is maybe more of a general point as I'm kind of rambling on here, is that sometimes it actually reminds me of this point. I was interviewing a journalist from New York City here on HAPS television. He said sometimes the problem in the media is that there are a lot of reports on what elected officials say, but not enough reporting on their actions. And we just have to make sure that we're reporting on actions and not just words here. Okay, look, I wonder how long this vote's going to take here, and we're just keeping it rolling here on HAPS television. C-SPAN, in their schedule guide, they say that this Senate session here will last. Let's see here. They say that this Senate session here will last 7 hours. That's what the C-SPAN schedule guide says. So this broadcast started at 10 a.m. Pacific time, 1 Eastern, and it's expected they're expecting this to be a whole 7-hour session here. It may run longer than 7 hours. We don't know. It may end quicker. It may end sooner than 7 hours. So we don't know. Oops. Miguel comments, what is disappointing is that I feel like the government failed us. Look at this timing. It's really like last minute. And, you know, we're heading right up into the Christmas break. We're heading right up. This is actually, you know, a time when Congress usually goes back to their, back to their districts and take a break and come back in, 2021. There's been a lot of, again, it's a polarized Congress in many ways. You know, you have yes, it's a Republican majority, but a slight Republican majority. And then you got the January runoffs too coming. You know, we're living in a time where there is not a large Senate majority. And if you look at the Democrat majority too in the House, it's shrinking. So you've had the Republican majority shrinking too in this most recent 2020 election cycle. And then for the Democrats in the House, you have they lost seats. They lost quite a bit of seats. So it's really divided right now, to say the least. I know that's an understatement, but there are many Americans who feel like Miguel, saying that the government has, not operated quickly enough in terms of the COVID-19 relief package since March. And there's a lot of disappointment there. We got another comment. Zach, right, it's because they tried to add extra language to the bill to limit Fed Reserve powers. Last night they came to an agreement. Yes. So again, that's what you heard Chuck Schumer, Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer, say, where a lot of the last minute conversation had to do with the Federal Reserve's emergency powers here in this crisis. So now there's an agreement on that, and right now we're just seeing the final stage of this take place. Yeah, so we'll see. We'll see what takes place. We'll definitely see that vote here. I'm going to let it stream as all the way. I just think this is such an important broadcast today that you just might as well stream it the whole way. And if it's going to be 7 hours, then it's going to be 7 hours. So. And if you guys if all of you want to jump in and jump out with the broadcast, feel free. I'm not going to, mislead you and say, oh my gosh, they're going to be voting soon. It's going to be 30 minutes. No, it's going to be tonight. It's going to be later tonight. So I don't want to mislead as well in terms of the timing of this here. Going full screen now. So you're looking at a live stream from C-SPAN 2. We're allowed to rebroadcast Senate and House, the Senate and House floor. We're allowed to do that. It is, the public is allowed to rebroadcast these kinds of streams, and even White House events are allowed to be rebroadcasted. So if that may help you, maybe some of you are, wondering why is C-SPAN on HAPS here? Well, the rebroadcast is allowed to happen. It is allowed to happen. I'm going to take a quick break, get some water. I'll display the takeovers on the screen. I'll be back in a moment, but I'm just going to keep it live here on the full screen. And then if anyone, joins, I'm going to just display these takeovers really quick here. Miguel says, I think there's too much focus on giving power to the government. My take in the next situation like this in Congress should not get paid either, and they should work for free. Thanks, Miguel, for the comment. Let's tune in right now. You might as well see other business taking place here in Congress. Let's hear this vote.
That's fine. Yeah, that's Mr. President. The Senator from Texas. We have order, please. The Senator from Texas.
Mr. President, the Senate's still not in order.
Okay. Will senators please take their conversations outside the chamber? The Senate will be in order. The Senator from Texas.
Mr. President, the fact we're here on a Sunday indicates to me something is different about what we are about, and to me speaks to a sense of urgency we ought to have to complete our work before the Christmas holiday. There are few things more pressing than our agenda today. Government funding, as we know, is scheduled to expire at midnight tonight, and unless we take action in the next few hours, our country will be thrown into another government shutdown. I hope every member of this body can understand why this is simply not an option. I've heard some people talk about it's not a real shutdown if it just happens for a few hours or a couple of days over the weekend, but I think the appearance is horrible, and it speaks to us not living up to our responsibility to do this on a timely basis without any lapse in government funding. This is not the time to furlough hardworking public servants or send our various governmental departments and agencies into chaos. we need to pass a funding bill that will provide stability for the remainder of the fiscal year through the end of September next year, and give our government the ability to operate with certainty. All you have to do is talk to the leaders at the Pentagon, and they will tell you how chaotic and inefficient it is when Congress passes short-term continuing resolutions, which speaks to the importance of providing some certainty and predictability to the funding stream. But we know government funding is only one of the things left to do on our list. Our country is racing to distribute 2 now successful vaccines to bring an end to this pandemic that we've been living through that's claimed the lives of more than 315,000 Americans. Millions of workers have lost their jobs. They have no income. They've lost those jobs either in the weeks or several months ago and have been struggling to support themselves and their families. Sometimes I wonder, as we delay in responding and providing additional relief, whether those who receive paychecks have sufficient empathy for those who are receiving no paychecks. So time is of the essence. Small businesses are crunching the numbers, trying to determine how much longer they can hang on and keep their employees on the payroll if they have been able to at all. And of course, teachers are doing the best they can to teach our children virtually or in a hybrid situation, some children going back in the classroom. But this has been a tragic circumstance, I believe, for many, particularly low-income children, for whom virtual learning is simply not an option or simply is failing them, because many of them have no access to broadband. They may not have sufficient supervision at home to help them through their studies. And it simply is, to me, incredible that we expect to put a child in elementary school in front of a computer screen for 8 hours a day and expect them to get what they need in terms of their education. But of course, none of this is news. We've known about not only the need, but the urgency of each of these priorities for months now. Unfortunately, the partisan dysfunction leading up to the election prevented us from making more progress since the CARES Act was passed last March. But with the election in November, we saw finally some interest on the part of congressional leaders on both sides of the aisle and both sides of the Capitol interested in negotiating a compromise. And there are many of our colleagues, some of whom are sitting here in the chamber today, who've dedicated a lot of time and effort to try to help the leadership build consensus and get to yes, which I hope we will get to very soon. So we know there's been a lot of negotiations, a lot of loose ends, but vaccines, workers, small businesses, and schools should be our priority. According to the Democratic leader and the majority leader, we apparently are just hours away from finalizing a bipartisan deal. But we know that the House none of us have actually seen text yet of what this looks like. The only responsible thing is for us to be able to study it and understand exactly what is happening. Then the House Rules Committee presumably will meet and pass a rule, and then it will go to the House floor. I don't know. I'm frankly.
Order in the Senate, please.
I know some people are saying we can get this done today. To me, that seems unlikely, but I guess we can all hope. I hope we do this responsibly and not just quickly. But we do know the American people are suffering, and this is not time for politics or delay for delay's sake. This is a time to come together, to compromise, and to make good on the commitment we've made to support the American people. I hope the signs that we're seeing, sort of expecting smoke signals from some quarters, but the signs that we're all trying to read, the tea leaves, and the like, I hope all this becomes a lot clearer today, and we can chart a clear path forward to both government funding and coronavirus relief. While the size and shape of this legislation is still coming together, I hope it will include legislation I introduced earlier this year to help some of our hardest hit small businesses. Over the last few months, we've heard much about the incredible success of the Paycheck Protection Program, which deserves all the accolades that it has received. because it's provided a vital lifeline to America's small businesses and their employees. These loans helped employers make payroll and cover business expenses during the most difficult parts of the pandemic. And by any measure, the program has been an incredible success. But not all small businesses have been eligible for the Paycheck Protection Program, and some of the most heavily impacted are our small independent venues. These businesses were the first to close when COVID-19 hit, and they're likely to be the last to open when it's behind us. Live cultural, musical, theatrical events are not only our critical cultural institutions, but they're huge drivers of local economies. A single event can provide paycheck not only to the artists and performers, but to lighting and sound technicians, bartenders, ticket takers, concessions and merchandise salesmen, as well as security guard, cleaning staff, and the list goes on and on. Unlike restaurants, which have been able to offer at least carry-out or outdoor dining, or retailers who switch to curbside pickup, there is no virtual substitution for these live events. That's why, working with the senator from Minnesota, Senator Klobuchar, I introduced the Save Our Stages Act so that these venues can be kept afloat, so that when we are able to put the virus behind us, our favorite small independent venues will be able to open their doors once again. This is a stressful and scary moment for the Texans who work at and frequent our favorite venues, and the Save Our Stages Act can provide some hope for these cultural institutions. I'm proud to say that 58 of our colleagues have co-sponsored Save Our Stages, making it one of the most widely supported proposals, bipartisan proposals before the Senate. These final hours of negotiations are not the time to try to change the basic contours of that proposal to benefit well-endowed institutions or institutions that don't frankly need the money, and while these other venues are dying unless they get the money. Save Our Stages will benefit beloved small independent music venues and other theaters and the like across the country, and ensure those marquees will shine bright once again. So, Mr. President, as we all know, time is running out and Congress needs to take action, and take action soon. We cannot add the stress of another government shutdown to a raging pandemic. It's time for us to come together and get this done for the American people. I yield the floor.
You just heard John Cornyn, the Republican senator from Texas, talking about the COVID-19 relief package. Basically, he said that while he wants to get this done tonight, he says that since the legislative text has not been finalized and it hasn't gone through completely through the House yet, and he has not seen it, and the other senators have not seen the legislative text yet, there's concern. He has some concern that voting on it tonight may be too soon. And then you heard that there had to be order restored in the House and the Senate. You could hear some senators mumbling about that in the background. So again, we have to wait and see what the finalized text will be here on this Sunday session, on this rare Sunday session in Washington, D.C. You're seeing there. Thank you to Mike for the award. Appreciate that. Okay, we're going to just again stay here. I want to. I'm just leaving it live to see what will end up. Let's put this question up. I'll answer your questions and comments. Another one from YouTube. Do you think the Senate will vote today? That's the major question. Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer said that he expects a vote tonight. You heard Senator John Cornyn from Texas, the Republican, saying that it should not be rushed. That he would like to see, everything being done tonight, but he wants to see all the text and all the details first. I don't know. I can't give you a good answer, Brenda. I honestly don't know. I feel it's so hard to predict these things. It's so hard to predict that there will necessarily be a vote. I don't want to mislead. I don't want to guarantee for sure. I think there's a lot of optimism that it will happen today. And here I'll showcase this quote from a Republican. You heard one Republican say, I expect, I'm hoping for that it ends tonight, but maybe, we shouldn't rush through it. You heard that, but then from a Wyoming Republican senator, saying this on Fox News Sunday, that this gets done today, no more delays. We're not leaving until we have relief for the American people. So again, I can't give you a solid answer, yes or no. We're living in a time where, Congress is split pretty much. And you could arguably say pretty much split 50-50 because we're waiting for the January runoffs, right? If Democrats pick up the 2 Senate seats in Georgia, all of a sudden it's a 50-50 split, then Kamala Harris is the tiebreaker. So it's not as if, there's a huge Senate majority here for one party or the other. So I don't know. I do not know. It's a great question, though. Question from YouTube. How about stimulus check? Yeah, so we're, again, if you're just joining us, we're waiting to hear all of the info. There has been no vote yet. We're still waiting for all of the information regarding this relief package. We're waiting for all of the legislative texts, and here Zach correctly points out the senator from Texas said the content of the text still is unknown. We are all waiting to hear it read. Yeah, we're all waiting. We're all waiting here for it to be read. And we're all waiting for the information. We have some information, some media reports, NBC News reports that, a $600 direct stimulus check to American adults, $300 for federal unemployment, a $300 federal unemployment insurance bonus will be included in this relief package. That was an earlier report from NBC News. I hope more money. There are leaks out there, so let's hope it's more. Yeah, again, we have to wait. Again, it's based on some media reports, but until the actual legislative text is read and showcased, on the Senate floor, goes through the House, it goes through the House Rules Committee, as you heard from the senator from Texas, then it goes all the way through the House, then goes to the Senate, and then we'll hear all of it. We'll hear all of it here live on HAPS television. So don't worry about that at all. Hello from Spokane, Washington, I'm assuming. Please correct me if I'm wrong. Thank you for tuning in. Also, for anyone who, may be wondering, what is this? This is HAPS Television. Yeah, Spokane, Washington. Yes, hello. This is HAPS Television. You can create an account. You can do your own broadcasts here on HAPS. You could even get paid for these broadcasts if people give you gifts or subscribe to you. So I highly suggest that this platform, may be something that's interesting for you. If you love to broadcast, whether that's news or politics, sports, anything, giving your thoughts, doing reports. There's so much you can do on this platform. I suggest if you are someone who's interested in streaming or broadcasting, that you check out haps.tv. Another great question here. What time is the vote? We don't know. We do not know, but we do know that if a deal is not reached by 12:01 a.m. Eastern, Monday mornings, which is basically midnight, then the government will shut down. That's all we know. I do not have any information regarding the time of the vote. It has not been laid out here on the Senate floor. Thank you for joining, by the way. But the Senate Majority Leader said earlier this morning that the deal is really expected in a matter of hours. That's what thank you, Mark. Thank you, Mark, for the award. So the Senate Majority Leader, Mitch McConnell, said it in a matter of hours for the vote. So then here, let me just answer this here. Wow, then what happens? So again, it goes through the House Rules Committee, goes to the House floor, then gets passed, goes to the Senate. Senate votes, gets sent up to the president signs off, and then it's once it's signed, sealed, and delivered at the end by President Trump, then it will go through, and it will be finalized. But first, the text of the legislation needs to be finalized first in the House. Yeah, Mark, thank you so much for the award. Mark, I believe, is the co-founder of HAPS Television. I think HAPS TV, I think you guys would all love HAPS TV if you're interested in broadcasting. Another comment from Twitter. Let's read this. Government needs to be reformed from top down. Thanks for the comment. Do we know any detail? Oh, here's another question. Yes. So I think if I'm right, you just joined in here. Do we know any details about the package? Let me give you the details here from an earlier report from NBC News. Direct check of $600 for qualifying Americans and a federal unemployment insurance bonus of $300 a week. That is the NBC News. That's what NBC News reported earlier this morning. We're going to still figure out all of the details. There's also going to be vaccine distribution funds. That's also been a part of the talk here in this package here. So thanks for commenting. I'll subscribe to you, by the way. I think, okay, I'll subscribe, yeah. Another comment. I like hops. I know you're trying to say hops. I like hops too. From Zach. I think a $600 check is fair. You know, some are saying it's fair, but there are others who think it should be $1,200. You heard Senator Bernie Sanders, the independent senator from Vermont, and the Republican Senator Josh Hawley from Missouri really push for $1,200 direct checks. Earlier, you know, on Friday and Saturday, you kind of heard that talk. You heard both of them speak. So again, some will say it's fair, the $600 check. Some believe in $1,200. Some believe in much more than the 600. Moreover, the new Zach again commenting, thanks so much. New Congress would be able to pass more legislation in January. Yeah, well, that's what the Democrat Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer stated. He said that there should be more relief in 2021. That even though the vaccines are coming out, even though we're seeing people getting vaccinated in the beginning stages of the vaccination process, that that there should still be more relief. So thanks for commenting. Zach, really, thank you. This bill is mainly to extend the benefits that are set to expire. Yes, that is true. And for the vaccines in schools. Yes, that is true. Exactly right. Thank you for tuning in to HAPS Television. I'm Cameron Sadeghi. If you've just joined this broadcast, we are awaiting for a vote, possibly by tonight, for the COVID-19 relief package here on the Senate floor. This is a rebroadcast from C-SPAN television. You are allowed to rebroadcast through C-SPAN. Oops. If it's for the Senate and House floor, you're allowed to do rebroadcasts. That's what we're doing here. There's also other business here on the Senate floor, executive and judicial nomination votes that will be taking place. But the COVID-19 negotiations continue on, and the relief package discussion continues on, and the vote is expected by some tonight. So we will be here showcasing all of this to you on this rare Sunday session. My Chilean wife is receiving a $25 coronavirus stimulus check. Perspective, LOL. Thanks for the comment. Hello from Toronto. Hello back. How is maybe you can answer this question. I would love to, put your comments on the screen here. How has the coronavirus pandemic been for you in Toronto, Canada? What's going on in Toronto right now? I would love to see your comments here, your responses. We're awaiting, and this is going to be a long, long, long time. This is definitely not going to happen shortly. So I'm just keeping this on as a live stream, so you get to see everything here. So yeah, thank you for commenting. I would love to hear what's going on in Toronto. Maybe you could display it on the screen. So this C-SPAN rebroadcast is from when it's today. It's live today, right now. Hello from Westminster. Hello, Daniel. I think you commented on the Saturday broadcast as well. Thank you so much for tuning in. So what you see on your screen is a C-SPAN 2 rebroadcast live. And earlier today, Senator Mitch McConnell was giving a speech on the Senate floor earlier this morning Pacific time. It was 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. And Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell said that the COVID-19 relief is expected in a matter of hours. So that's basically what Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell said. We're getting all of these comments just all at once. It's so amazing here. I'm going to try to get through all of them as we have some time. How much can you get paid for HAPS broadcasting? Look, it depends. The sky's the limit. You may get paid quite a lot. I don't know. It just depends on how long you broadcast, whether or not people give you gifts, whether people subscribe. There's no limit. There's no, you can only cash out once you get $200. But there's technically, no limit. The sky's the limit for you. This is a nice broadcast. Great job. Thank you, Daniel. Chris. Hey, I need $1,200 check. Well, Senator Josh Hawley and Senator Bernie Sanders formed an unlikely alliance on this issue. You had a Republican senator and the Progressive Independent who, caucused with the Democratic Party during the presidential primaries. They both joined together in support of a $1,200 check, but that is not expected to be in the package. They both pushed for it, but that is most likely not going to happen. It's going crazy on YouTube. Are you talking about the comment section, or I'm not sure? Maybe you're referring to that, but I guess so. It all poured in at once. It's so interesting about comments. Sal says, Chuck just spoke about the bill. It'll be done by tonight. That was Chuck Schumer, Senate Minority Leader, the Democrat from New York. Look, we can't guarantee that. I can't guarantee that will happen. Thank you, Daniel, for the award. For the gift, excuse me. We cannot say that definitively. I mean, there's an expectation, with what Mitch McConnell is saying and what Chuck Schumer is saying, that it will be done tonight. You did hear the Republican senator from Texas, John Cornyn, saying that he would love for it to happen tonight, but he was a little bit hesitant. If you really heard what he said maybe we shouldn't rush this, that we should be able to read everything and not rush this. And he was, and there were certain senators that were in disagreement, and order had to be restored if you just joined. So, we can't guarantee that, but thank you for the comment. Another comment here, I do not know how to pronounce your name properly. Is Bernie going to the Senate floor and call for a $1,200 check? That's what he did on Saturday. That's what he did yesterday. If you, I showcased it here on HAPS television. Bernie Sanders, the independent senator from Vermont, he's really been pushing for the $1,200 check, the $1,200 direct stimulus check. A comment from Michelle. This Congress failed people in every way. If they are anti-people, go work for someone else. Quit. I've been looking at all these comments here. There are so many people who have been frustrated with this process. The last major economic aid came in March. The CARES Act, $1.8 trillion. Thank you, Tim, for the award. How are you getting the TV feed on your broadcast? Are you using, or how are you getting the TV feed on your broadcast? So basically, there's a screen share option through HAPS TV, and I'm on the C-SPAN website. I'm taking the live stream directly from the C-SPAN website and restreaming it on here. So I'm screen sharing from the C-SPAN website. C-SPAN doesn't just broadcast on television, they also broadcast through their website, cspan.org. Thanks for the question. Do you think we will get back do you think we'll get pay on unemployment? I really never heard anyone talk about it. So again, let me show you this. Thank you, Mendy. I think if you've just joined, I'm going to put this on the screen for you. NBC News reports that yes, a federal unemployment insurance bonus of $300 a week. I hope that answers your question. If it did not, please respond back. But that was the earlier NBC News report today. Some of you probably have seen that takeover so much. So many people have questions about the details, and rightfully so. Here as we're still awaiting for the vote and for the full legislative text. Wesley, watching from South Carolina. Thank you. Wesley, if you want to, comment, I would love to hear, how are all of you dealing with this pandemic? I even played earlier comments on here of, people talking about their own struggles. People were discussing that, were commenting that earlier in the broadcast, and I would display it on the screen. I think it's great to hear your perspective. How many viewers here and now will receive the vaccine if available? Well, there is here, you know what? Let me get you a link. I'm going to share you this link that may help you in terms of knowing where you stand in line with the vaccine. Hold on one second. I'm going to get that to you. About finding your place in the vaccine line. But Daniel, to answer your question regarding viewership, 347 viewers, I think. That's what it says on Haps right now. Oh my gosh, so many comments. I'm going to try to keep up with this. Sorry if I don't get to your comments, if I miss one. But let me put this out here for all of you. I guess, hold on, they now went full screen on C-SPAN here. Someone commented, it doesn't look like it's going to pass today. Well, again, we can't guarantee, but there is optimism and hope for a vote today. You heard Senator Mitch McConnell say, that, let me quote him exactly. He said that it's basically in a matter of hours. He said this earlier this morning, quote, "I believe I can speak for all sides when I say I hope and expect to have a final agreement nailed down in a matter of hours." Chuck Schumer with echoing similar sentiment as well. So there's no guarantee, and we don't know for sure until we actually see it happen live. Comment from YouTube, $1,200 wasn't enough for most Americans. What is $600 going to do? Bunch of crooks. There are a lot of people who believe in what you're saying. And this is a time in this country's history and all around the world where this public health crisis has turned into a major economic crisis as well. So thank you. Oops. Hold on one second here. Sorry for the technical error, a technical issue there. We're now back. The page just timed out really quick on C-SPAN. Heather says, I think they will vote today for sure. someone responding to the previous comment, that's true, but you shouldn't call people crooks for not wanting more debt. That was I'm just replaying the comments here. I'm not doing opinion broadcasting here. That was just one person's comment on YouTube, and I was just displaying it, and now I was displaying yours. I did not say that personally. It was just I'm displaying comments here. For those of you who have just joined, we're almost near 12 p.m. Pacific time, 3 p.m. Eastern here. Yeah, I know. I'm just responding to them. Oh, okay. Okay. Yeah, I just wanted to make sure I'm not here trying to do opinion broadcasting. Hopefully, I'm getting you the details that you need to know for this relief package. I mean, I try my best here with the information that I know. I thank you, all of you, so much for tuning in on this rare Sunday session, the third Sunday session of the year for the United States Senate. Heather disagreeing with some of the commenters here, saying that the senators, have been working hard. The elected officials have been working hard to get this done. People need to be more appreciative. Thank you. If that's comment is directed to me, I'm not the one on the Senate floor. I'm not the one who's on the ground doing any work. I'm just simply reporting what I'm seeing and trying to inform you here. But thank you. If that comment is directed to me, I'm just here literally rebroadcasting. So I'm not doing anything special here, and just reporting and just providing any info that may be necessary. Could the stimulus checks be direct deposited in time for Christmas? No, it would be, again, after Christmas. everyone, and maybe I'm just going to ask you some stuff here because I shared a lot of the info at the top of the broadcast, and we're kind of in wait and see mode here. How are you, all of you, feeling today? How are you? Oh, whoa, just tons of comments again. After months of them playing politics over a $3 trillion bill, now they all agree on $900 billion. We are a game to these people. Well, first of all, yes, they may have agreed on a $900 billion, but what we have to, it's not certain yet, right? Until we see the vote. It's not certain yet if it will pass through yet. They're just going to pass a CR. I think you're saying COVID relief. Basically, what this Senate session is, and I'm kind of letting it run full, is just letting it run all the way through. There are going to be executive and judicial nomination votes as well throughout this session, too. But yes, the majority of what this session is about, it is about the COVID-19 relief package, but yet there will be some executive and judicial nomination votes as well. Oh, sorry. Okay, I understand your comment now. So sorry, guys, I'm running, or all of you, I'm running up on a time where I may have to go out of the broadcast. Once C-SPAN goes full screen to the Senate floor, I may, at this specific time, 20, 30 minutes, I may have to walk away. So you may not even hear any audio, it'll just be Senate floor video footage with no audio for maybe 30 minutes. I just want to tell you up front in case, if you're wondering what's going on. So I may have to step out for 30 minutes. Okay. But again, I appreciate all of you for commenting, all of you for your interest in this kind of broadcast. It is such a big deal. There's so much on the line. So I might have to go out in about a minute or so. And if, people are still commenting why I'm, if people are still commenting and here. Yes, you can watch it through. I'm not going to end the broadcast. I'm just going to have to go out for a 20, 30-minute break. The broadcast will still be running. But I may myself have to go out and leave for about 30 minutes, 20, 30 minutes. But oh, thank you. Thank you so much for thanks. But yeah, if you want to, yeah, this is directly from cspan.org. That is the website, and it's the C-SPAN 2 live stream. Oh, okay, cool. Thanks. Yeah, so once they go full to the Senate floor, I'm just going to stay here because I don't, I technically can't unmute it right now, because if I unmute it, as you see, the original C-SPAN programming Washington Journal is on the screen, is taking up half of the screen. And if I unmute it, then it would technically be an issue. It would be a copyright issue, because it would be like me taking credit for their original programming. But Senate and floor video feeds are allowed to, run fully, without me talking, without any attribution even. But so I'm just going to stay here until they go full to the Senate floor. Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Yes, but again, I will be back. I will be back because I'm just as interested as all of you. I'm seeing and bearing witness to this historic moment here, just like all of you. Even though I compiled some of the information, or especially at the top of the broadcast, regarding the details of the package and some quotes and sharing all these things, I'm just like all of you right now. I'm watching history unfold right now. Yeah, thank you. No, because I mean, we have, and there are even, rules here on HAPS television, regarding, the way you report, the way you can't mislead people, you can't, say, for a lack of a better phrase, fake news here. So we have to keep everything truthful and accurate and on point. But once they go full screen, I'm assuming they'll do it pretty soon, as it's just past 3 Eastern, 12 Pacific here. You know what? Yeah, I'm going to have to go, but they're going to go full screen in a moment at the Senate floor. So stay tuned. And oh no, I can't unmute it now. Yeah, I got to still stay on until they go full screen. Oh, yes. So I'm broadcasting from a platform called HAPS TV, and there are certain community guidelines and standards for those who are doing reporting and broadcasting. So, and someone keeps commenting here. I think Kelly, I've learned that fake news may not always be inaccurate. Look, I just meant that jokingly, that phrase, but you have to verify your facts. You have to source your facts. You have to not, mislead in any way. That's basically all. That's basically what the guidelines are. I'm wondering how HAPS handles fake news. I think they give you a warning or they take down your broadcast if you share anything misleading, if you share incorrect information. I believe in a broadcast, I believe they shut it down. They don't shut your account down unless you do it multiple times. If that's correct, I think that's correct. Um, Hey, before you go, can you tell us why it would go full screen? Would it be for them to start voting? Uh, Look, that could be a possibility, but again, the voting is expected for tonight. That's kind of what we're hearing from what Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer said, and what uh, Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer, and then Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell, saying that he, quote, um, is that COVID-19 relief is expected in a matter of hours. So it could be, but I do not expect that. There will probably be other senators speaking when it goes full screen again. Maybe even a few more judicial and executive nomination votes when it goes full screen again. But right now, uh, yeah, it could be a possibility that it would be for voting, that they would start voting, but I highly doubt it. I think it's going to be later tonight. So, yeah. Very curious to see how a rough time in history. Very curious to see how it's recorded in 10 years. Yeah, this year has been an unbelievable news cycle, and I know that word "unbelievable" is sometimes overused, but yeah, the pandemic, global conflicts, tension between countries, and there's always been tension between countries and global conflicts, but we've seen it all, all at the same time, and it's because we live in this digital media world where we're constantly being fed information and constantly seeing everything happen in every single moment of the day. So, yes, this is a crazy news cycle. Maybe there should just be a documentary called 2020 and then just show everything. So, here, good, interesting comment. 2020 eye-opening year. That the the documentary would be called that. I've never watched HAPS. What is it, and how do I look you up on that? So, Wesley, thanks for the comment. You'll see actually what's been flashing on the screen is my HAPS link. So, if you'll see it in a moment here, once it comes up, I'll show you, or you'll see it. Ready? 3, 2, 1. So it says subscribe to Cameron. It's haps.tv at Cameron Sadeghi. You see it on your screen right there. HAPS is a new digital broadcasting platform where anyone can broadcast news, reports. They can commentate. They can do music, any kind of content, as long as it meets the community guidelines and it's not, attacking people or, doing something that's derogatory in any kind of way, misleading in any kind of way. Then you can broadcast, for sure on HAPS, and it's completely free to broadcast on HAPS TV. So, yeah, you can just find me haps.tv at Cameron Sadeghi. So you can just find me there. Kelly commenting from the last documentary comment, that 2020 you could just put a, 10-hour, 12-hour documentary about 2020. I bet someone will do it. I mean, it's been that unbelievable of a year. Okay, I'm going to step away from this broadcast. It's going to be mute for a little bit. When they go full screen, I'll unmute and I'll still be off. I will not be talking, okay? But I will not be talking for about 30 minutes or so, okay? If they go full screen to the Senate floor, I'll take you there and unmute it, okay? So I'm going to be off for a little bit.
working people, for every working family in this country that needs it, they will be, under this deal, getting a direct check, just like they did in March. Now, that is a victory, Mr. President. There's no two ways about it, and we should celebrate that victory, not on our own behalf, but for the many people in this nation who desperately need it, and who, until just a few days ago, could expect nothing at all in the way of direct assistance from this body. And I want to thank those who've worked so hard to make sure that this relief was available and is going to the working people of this country, not least the President of the United States, who has been very clear over and over again that he wants to see direct relief to working families, that it should be the cornerstone of the bill. And of course, I thank Senator Sanders for his strong stand on this issue, and it's been a privilege to work with him on it. So this is good news for working families, good news for working people just before Christmas, when they need the help the most. But I have to say that the levels of support that I understand will be offered to working people are hardly adequate. And we should not pretend otherwise, Mr. President. $600 per person, $600 per child. This is a fraction of what was offered to working people in the CARES legislation just a few months ago. Legislation, I might add, that every member of this body voted for. Every member voted for. And now they'll be getting only a portion of that. It all adds up to about $100 billion. And we're told that there just wasn't enough left over. There just wasn't any more available for working. Yet I noticed, Mr. President, that in the spending bill that we're also going to vote on as part of this package, a bill that costs over $1 trillion, we managed to have found $65 million for salmon recovery in the Pacific, $643 million to carry out international communication activities in the Middle East, $116 million for the Export-Import Bank, $118 million for that sterling example of international leadership, the World Health Organization, that has done more to undermine world health in the last year than I think any international organization in the history of the world. Then there's the so-called bipartisan proposal, which is the basis for the present deal. The bipartisan proposal, which included, I might point out, not a cent in direct relief for working people. Almost $1 trillion in costs, not one penny in direct relief for working people until it was added recently. That proposal included $20 billion for higher education, $20 billion. This going to many universities who have massive endowments worth billions and billions of dollars, most of that built on the backs of taxpayers, I might add. And yet, we cannot find any further funds to help working people in this country. I cannot help but note, Mr. President, that working people were the last consideration in the draconian shutdowns earlier this year that sent so many of them home, that cost them their jobs, that cost them their wages, that cost them their health care on the job, and they have consistently been the last consideration in COVID relief in this body ever since. And frankly, Mr. President, it's disgraceful. And frankly, it's unacceptable. So the work that we're going to do today, and I hope to see a vote on this floor yet today on this relief, it is a step in the right direction, but it is only a step. And I hope that it will be the beginning, Mr. President, of a better approach, the beginning of actually putting working Americans first, putting their needs, putting their independence, putting their strength, their families, their communities first. That ought to be the economic policy of this nation. That ought to be the economic policy of this body. And I can assure you that is the foundation on which economic recovery will be built. Because it's the working people of this nation who power the American economy. Don't believe anything else. We hear a lot about global capital. We hear about the need to secure the financial markets. Oh, and by the way, the Federal Reserve, we're taking back $430 billion from the Federal Reserve in this piece of legislation. $430 billion from the Federal Reserve, funded to the max. Wall Street funded to the max. But I say again, Wall Street, capital, the financial markets, they're not the foundation of this economy. The working people of this nation, the working people of Missouri, the working people of our other states, they are the foundation of this economy. And it is time that they were put first. First for COVID relief, first in our economic policy, first in all that we do. And so I hope, Mr. President, that this effort to get them direct assistance will be the beginning of a larger effort to orient our economic policy, the policy of this nation, around the strength and the independence and the needs of our great working Americans. And I want to end by saying thank you to them. Thank you to the working people of Missouri who have endured through this crisis day in and day out, who have gone to work as essential workers, who have taken care of children at home, who have missed shifts at work in order to care for loved ones, who have contributed food to others in need even when they didn't have enough food for themselves, who have gone without in order to see that their children could eat. The people of this country, the working people who have sacrificed again and again and again and have borne the brunt of this pandemic and have continued to show up for their families, for their communities, and for this country, thank you. Thank you for making this country work. Thank you for building this country as we know it. Help is on the way. Help is on the way in this bill, which I hope will become law tonight. But there is much more to do. And I, for one, stand ready to work to do it. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor.
Mr. President,
Senator from Ohio.
I thank the President. I rise today to discuss S-2827, the African American Burial Grounds Network Act, introduced by Senator Alexander from Tennessee and me. We know that for too long in too many parts of our country, Black families were blocked from burying their loved ones in white cemeteries. These men and women were freed slaves, civil rights champions, veterans, mothers, fathers, active workers in communities. Our bill is simple. It directs the National Park Service to conduct a study on ways to identify and preserve and record unmarked, abandoned, or other historic African American burial grounds. We need to act now before these sites are lost to the ravages of time or development. In an op-ed published in the Memphis Commercial Appeal, Senator Alexander summed up the need for bills like ours. Quote, "Our children need to learn more history in order to grow up knowing what it means to be an American, including our struggles with race." For more than 2 centuries, these cemeteries have been looked after by churches, community groups, and private citizens. I learned about these efforts in the struggle to preserve these sacred places when I visited Union Baptist Church in Cincinnati, where parishioners have worked to preserve their hallowed space from vandals and the inexorable passage of time. That cemetery I visited in Cincinnati was founded in 1864. It's a final resting place for freed slaves, for Black Union soldiers, and for civil rights activists. I was there last November on a very cold morning, I remember, with Ms. Angelita Jones, chair of the trustees board for Union Baptist Church, and other elected officials in the city and members of the church to announce funding to help restore the cemetery. But there is more to do at this cemetery and so many more like it across the country. Our bill will help us better understand the scope and the scale of the issue and develop the tools needed to help churches, historic organizations, and communities protect these sacred burial grounds. I'd like to take a minute as we move this legislation forward, and I appreciate the cooperation of people on all sides, to thank Senator Alexander for his help on this bill. And then it's, in fact, almost 3 years ago to the day. It was December, it was almost exactly this day, and I believe it was December 21st, 2017, our bill to create an African American Civil Rights Network passed this chamber. His interest and awareness in protecting and preserving our history and the contributions to it by all Americans are so important. He's been a champion for so many issues that I've had the pleasure to work with him on over the years, from protecting the Smoky Mountains to STEM education, to helping me find funding for cleanup efforts at a former uranium enrichment plant in Southern Ohio. His willingness to work across the aisle and to work in good faith on an agreeable compromise will surely be missed. And we all regret his retirement and thank him for amazing service. So, Mr. President, as if in legislative session, I ask unanimous consent that the Committee on Energy be discharged from further consideration of S 2827 and the Senate proceed to its immediate consideration.
The clerk will report.
S 2827, a bill to amend Title 54 United States Code to establish within the National Park Service the U.S. African American Burial Grounds Network and for other purposes.
Without objection, the Senate will proceed.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that Brown's substitute be agreed to and the bill as amended be considered read a third time.
Is there objection? Without objection.
Mr. President, I know of no further debate on the bill as amended.
Is there further debate? Hearing none. The question is on passage of the bill as amended.
I ask unanimous consent that the title amendment be agreed to and the motion to reconsider.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Oppose nay. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask unanimous
The
consent.
bill is amended and passed.
I ask unanimous consent, Mr. President, the title amendment be agreed to and the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. President. And thank you, Trish. I suggest the absence of quorum.
The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Alexander.
Okay. Good morning. My name is Joanne Cannon. I'm the editor-at-large for healthcare at Politico. And thank you for joining us for Politico Live discussion on closing the gap, Latinos, healthcare, and COVID-19. The coronavirus pandemic has shined a really shocking, glaring spotlight on health inequities in the United States. Latinos, African Americans, Native Americans have been disproportionately sickened, hospitalized, and killed by the coronavirus. And even before the pandemic, Latinos faced huge obstacles in getting health care and receiving
Hello, everyone. I am back. I'm not allowed to necessarily unmute the other programming, the other original programming on C-SPAN. I can only really unmute and show the House and Senate floor. So if you just joined in, you may have seen Senator Josh Hawley, the Republican senator from Missouri, discuss his view of the COVID-19 relief package. He was one of the main early advocates of the $1,200 direct check to American adults. That will not be happening in this COVID-19 relief package. For those of you who have just joined, $600. $600 is the projected total of money, direct checks, $600 direct checks to qualifying American adults. So he even praised Senator Bernie Sanders, the independent from Vermont. Some have discussed this unlikely alliance between the two, and they both agree on $1,200 checks, but that will not be happening in this package. So again, you said, why is why am I muting the broadcast that you're seeing down below? It's because original programming by C-SPAN, because that's where it says COVID-19 in the Latino community, that is their original programming. I cannot unmute that and really show you, because I would be taking credit from them. I can only really show you fully the Senate floor. So that's basically what I can show you with audio and video visually. But again, that's their original programming down below. So again, that's why I did that. I disclosed right from the beginning, excuse me, that it is not copyright. And I even put in quotes, and I gave the copyright link for sharing Senate and House footage. So we're just awaiting we're just awaiting the U.S. Senate session to resume. I want to hear everything, even the papers flipping. Well, you see, once it goes to a full screen, of the feed, then I can take you there. I can unmute it, and you can hear everything. But I can't do that really when it's C-SPAN's original programming. I can't really unmute, and because right now since there is a little bit of a break and no one's speaking, they C-SPAN as a network is showcasing their other original programming on the second half of the screen. So that's why. But thank you all for your comments. It's really an honor to see all of your comments here on this broadcast. While we're waiting for the full stream, I'm just going to, this is almost like a slideshow now that I'm going to show you. The broadcast is still going to be up, don't worry. But just for anyone who just jumped in right now, I've been kind of reviewing this same info throughout the broadcast for anyone who joins in at a specific time. So I'm going to play this here. So this is the third Sunday session of the year for the United States Senate. NBC News reported this morning that the COVID-19 package will include direct checks of $600 for qualifying Americans and a federal unemployment insurance bonus of $300 a week. Looming government shutdown. If there is no deal reached by 12:01 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, the United States federal government will shut down. Wyoming Republican Senator John Barrasso told Fox News Sunday, "This gets done today. No more delays. We are not leaving until we have relief for the American people." No major economic aid since March. The last major economic aid passed by Congress occurred in March, as I just said, $1.8 trillion in aid, and it was $1,200 direct checks to qualifying Americans and $600 per week jobless benefits. Can it be done today? Yes, it can. It can. If it goes through the House, it goes through the Senate votes for it in majority vote, yes. Goes up to President Trump, he signs off on it, yes, it passes. So that's the sequence. House, Rules Committee, they're writing it, drafting the finalizing the legislative text, goes through the House, goes through the Senate, and then to the president's desk, signs off, then it goes through. So right now, and if you were here earlier today, you're hearing the urgency. You're hearing the urgency as we are days away from Christmas Day, the urgency to get this passed. As many Americans are struggling with evictions, with the job loss, along with the public health crisis as well, but beyond just the virus, of course, the virus and its health effects, the COVID-19 virus and its health effects, but also this crisis has been a major economic crisis, as we have seen on full display in many cities across the nation. Arnie, thanks for subscribing. So when we get a chance to hear another senator speak, we will go right up to the Senate floor. Thank you for tuning in, everyone. There's a lot of comments all at once here flowing in from YouTube. Hold on one second. I can't even keep up with some of these comments. Okay. Right now, you say you can't hear anything. I cannot play you the original programming of C-SPAN on the second half of the screen. That's why it's muted. Randall asks, are you going to stream the house too? Randall, thanks for asking that. I keep looking at the schedule and I do not see a house stream from C-SPAN. But I can go check on the house website. Give me 1 second. You know what, Randall? I think I can get you to the, okay, I'm going to give it a try. Let me see if I can get the house feed here to show you. Thank you, Randall, for that suggestion. Randall, the house is in recess, so there's no live feed there. I find it, I don't know, what's going on here, but it's almost like the comments just pour in all at once. And I'm just like, I'm trying to find it, and it's so tough to make sure I get to people's comments and really read all of them. Okay, so right now we're waiting here. Once they go back full screen to the Senate, then you'll hear the unmuted C-SPAN live stream. Just to summarize some things earlier today for those of you who are just tuning into this broadcast, my name is Cameron Sadeghi. Thank you so much for tuning in. I really appreciate all of your comments and everything that all of you have said. All of you, taking your Sunday to watch this is something. And again, I really appreciate it. So thank you, first of all, for all of you watching this. And, I just want to say, just thank you. And first of all, what we heard earlier today at the top of the broadcast of this U.S. Senate session COVID-19 relief package broadcast, you heard Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell saying that he expects COVID-19 relief in a matter of hours. Senate Majority Minority Leader Democrat Chuck Schumer expressing the same kind of sentiment, where he believes that there will be a vote tonight. You have seen in the broadcast Republican Senator John Cornyn. He wants to see action here on this Sunday, but he said that he wants to see all of the legislative text and he wants to read through all of it to make sure that a vote is not rushed. So those are his words. And then you just saw Republican Senator Josh Hawley discuss the COVID-19 relief package. He basically said that relief is needed right now, that relief is needed, that it's urgent. And he was mainly pushing for $1,200 stimulus direct checks to Americans. However, $600 is the call here. So $600, most likely that's going to be the call here. Okay, so many comments here. Sorry, it's like so many popping on the screen. I can't even get, okay. Bobby says relief is needed, but we need way more than $600. Thanks for the comment. That's the argument that Josh Hawley was saying, Republican Senator Josh Hawley. And then the other comment here mentioning Bernie Sanders right now. Bernie better block legislation because clearly they don't get the point. Garbage deal as we speak. Well, again, and you heard the Republican Senator Josh Hawley, praising Senator Bernie Sanders for the $1,200 check idea. And, that does not seem like, and we're going to eventually see the legislative text, it does not seem like we're going to see the $1,200 dollar checks in the package. Ty asks, did they pass it already? No, again, the vote will be taking place most likely later tonight. All right, looks like there's some movement on the Senate floor. And they're not going to go full screen just yet. Here we go, full screen. Let's listen in.
Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Mr. Blunt, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman.
Yes.
Mr. Braun, Mr. Brown,
Okay, so right now what you see on your screen is some votes that will be also taking place in the Senate session regarding nominations and, for judicial nominations and executive nominations. The talk is not just about COVID-19 relief. If you want, I can just unmute this as well. I know many of you are probably here just for the COVID-19 relief package, but I'm just going to go full screen and unmute here with this vote to confirm Brian Nolan to the board of directors of the Tennessee Valley Authority.
Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Mr. Enzi, Ms. Ernst, Mrs. Feinstein, Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Gardner, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Ms. Harris, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Inhofe, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Jones, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Leahy, Mr. Lee, Mrs. Leffler, Mr. Manchin, Mr. Markey, Mr. McConnell, Mr. Menendez, Mr. Merkley, Mr. Moran, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Paul, Mr. Perdue, Mr. Peters, Mr. Portman, Mr. Reed, Mr. Risch, Mr. Roberts, Mr. Romney, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Rubio, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Sass, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Shelby, Ms. Sinema, Ms. Smith, Ms. Stabenow, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Tester, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Toomey, Mr. Udall, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Ms. Warren, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Mrs. Capito, aye. Senators voting in the affirmative: Barrasso, Blackburn, Bozeman, Capito, Cardin, Hyde-Smith, and Sass. Ms. Duckworth voted in the negative. Mr. Udall, aye. Hello. Ms. Hassan, aye. Mr. Reed, aye. Mr. Kelly, aye. Ms. Klobuchar, aye. Mr. Hawley, aye. Mr. Schatz, aye. Mr. Casey, aye. Mr. Kramer, aye. Mr. Tillis, aye. Mrs. Shaheen, aye. Mr. Durbin, aye. Mr. Cornyn, aye. Mr. Gardner, aye. Mr. Leahy, aye. Mr. Lee, aye. Mr. Graham, aye. Mr. Kennedy, aye. Mr. King, aye. Mr. Menendez, aye. Mr. Grassley, aye. Mr. Peters, aye. Mr. Wyden, aye. Mr. Tester, aye. Mis- Mr. Blunt, aye. Mr. Langford, aye. Mr. Wicker, aye. Mr. Moran, aye. Ms. Ernst, aye. Mr. Romney, aye. Ms. Baldwin, aye. Mr. Brown, aye. Mr. Kane, aye. Ms. Hirono, aye. Mr. Shelby, aye. Mr. Johnson, aye. Mr. Whitehouse, aye. Mr. Markey, no. Mrs. Murray, aye. Mr. Crapo, aye. And Mr. Cotton, aye. Mr. Sanders, no. Mr. Inhofe, aye. Mrs. Feinstein, aye. Mr. Jones, aye. Mr. Roberts, aye. Ms. Cantwell, aye. Mr. Heinrich, aye. Mr. Merkley, aye. Ms. Collins, aye. Mr. Scott of Florida, aye. Ms. Warren, no. Mr. Bennett, aye. Mr. Murphy, aye. Mr. Van Hollen, aye. Mr. Warner, aye. Mr. Hoven, aye. Mr. Thune, aye. Ms. Rosen, aye. Mr. Booker, aye. Ms. Smith, aye.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to HAPS Television, U.S. Senate session on a Sunday. Right now, what you're seeing on your screen is a vote to confirm Brian Nolan to the Board of Directors of the Tennessee Valley Authority. They are not voting right now for the COVID-19 relief package. I do not know when. Thank you for the comments, but it is expected later tonight. I'm just doing this a live stream. I'm almost giving this as a test to see what it's like to live stream a full session, but they're not voting right now for the COVID-19 relief package. So I hope that clears everything up. Thank you for tuning in.
Mr. Portman, aye. Mr. Manchin, aye. Ms. Stabenow, aye. Mr. Cassidy, aye. Mr. Scott of South Carolina, aye. Mr. Rubio, aye. Mr. Blumenthal, no. Mr. Toomey, aye. Mr. Braun, aye. Ms. Murkowski, aye. Mr. Coons, aye. That's all right. So I heard Pelosi's insisting they vote tonight. And 7:30. Well, let me know if you hear what their capability is for enrolling, because that will determine whether senators hang out tonight or not. Yeah. Thanks. All right. Thanks. Bye. Oh. Mr. Carper. Aye. Mr. Young, aye. Mr. Sullivan, aye. Mr. Schumer, aye. Ms. Sinema, aye. Mr. McConnell, aye. Mr. Daines, aye.
Has any senator not voted? Does any senator wish to change their vote? On this vote, the yeas are 84, the nays are 5, and the nomination is confirmed. The majority leader is recognized.
Senator, the mandatory quorum call be waived.
Without objection. Under the previous order, the motion to reconsider is considered made and laid upon the table, and the president will be immediately notified of the Senate's actions. The clerk will report the motion to invoke cloture.
Cloture motion. We, the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a closed debate on the nomination of Fernando L. Aina Roca of California to be United States District Judge for the Central District of California, signed by 16 senators.
By unanimous consent, the mandatory quorum call has been waived. The question is it the sense of the Senate that debate on the nomination of Fernando L. Aina Roca of California to be United States District Judge for the Central District of California shall be brought to a close? The yeas and nays are mandatory under the rule. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Alexander, Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Barrasso. How are you? Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Mr. Blunt, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mr. Braun, Mr. Brown, Mr. Burr, Ms. Cantwell. Yeah, I did. Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cardin. Mr. Carper, Mr. Casey. Mr. Cassidy. Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn. Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton. Mr. Kramer. Mr. Crapo. Gotcha. Mr. Cruz, Mr. Daines. Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin. Mr. Enzi. Ms. Ernst, Mrs. Feinstein. Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Gardner. Mrs. Gillibrand. Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley. Ms. Harris.
You need something?
No, not yet.
I'm leaving you. Pat, we got you. And people will know. Thank
But that's what I was going to say, because it needs.
Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley. Thank you. Mr. Heinrich, Ms. Hirono. Mr. Hoven, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Inhofe, Mr. Johnson. Mr. Jones. Thank you. Gotcha. Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy. Yes, you did. Mr. Kennedy, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar. Mr. Langford, Mr. Leahy, Mr. Lee, Mrs. Loeffler. Mr. Manchin, Mr. Markey, Mr. McConnell, Mr. Menendez, Mr. Merkley, Mr. Moran. Ms. Murkowski. Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Paul, Mr. Perdue, Mr. Peters, Mr. Portman, Mr. Reed, Mr. Risch, Mr. Roberts, Mr. Romney, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Rubio, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Sass, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Shelby
C-SPAN, proudly true to
Blumenthal, Hirono, Markey, Sanders, and Warren. Mr. Kane, aye. Mr. King, aye. Mr. Grassley, aye. Mr. Casey, aye. You did. Mr. Lee, no. Mr. Wyden, aye.
Thank you for joining right now on HAPS TV. Right now, you're seeing a vote. You're seeing executive and judicial nomination votes here before we get back to the COVID-19 relief package talks. I'm Cameron Sadeghi. Thank you so much for tuning into this broadcast, long broadcast we have. And votes are expected tonight, according to Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer and Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell. There is an urgency to get this done as soon as possible, right up to the deadline. As you see on the bottom of your screen, current government funding expires tonight at midnight Eastern. If a deal is not reached, the federal government will shut down. So there are more issues than just the COVID-19 relief package, as you see here, being worked on the Senate floor. So just be patient. I'm just letting this roll. I'm just, because I don't know the exact time of the vote for COVID-19 relief. So I'm just letting it roll naturally here, rebroadcasting from C-SPAN 2 from the Senate floor.
Ms. Murkowski, aye.
Hello, Patrick. Thanks for tuning in. So right now, Patrick, just to tell you what's going on here, right now, we're watching a Senate session taking place for the third time this year on a Sunday. We are awaiting more talk and discussion of the COVID-19 relief package, and we are waiting for a vote as well, which is expected to be tonight. So thank you for tuning in. I'm just letting this roll naturally and allowing this C-SPAN rebroadcast from C-SPAN here today. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, everyone, for tuning in.
Ms. Baldwin, aye. Mr. Hawley, no. Mr. Sass, aye. Mr. Schumer, aye.
Mr. Resch. Mr. Resch. Aye.
Are you ready? Do we need to ask anybody if they want to change the vote? All right. On this motion, the yeas are 82, the nays are 7, and the motion is agreed to. The clerk will report the nomination.
Nomination, the judiciary, Fernando L. Anya Rocha of California to be United States District Judge for the Central District of California.
Mr. President.
The senator from Pennsylvania.
Thank you, Mr. President. Earlier today, the minority leader came down to the Senate floor and unfortunately, once again, mischaracterized both the objectives and the motives of Senate Republicans in the pursuit of the changes we wanted to make with respect to the CARES Act emergency lending program. And I want to address that. But let me just say candidly, I understand his frustration. Republicans together set out 4 goals for the country with respect to these programs, and we achieved all 4 goals. So I guess that's a little bit frustrating. Let me go through just a little bit of recent history on this. Let's remember, this debate has been going on for several months. And the Democrats' original position was to keep these programs in place. In fact, many of them wanted to expand them. They certainly wanted to extend them well past the end of the year. How do we know that? Well, among other ways, Senator Schumer himself sent a letter to Secretary Mnuchin and Chairman Powell asking exactly that they extend these programs. But you might wonder, why would they want to extend an emergency lending facility when we're clearly not in an emergency in terms of the financial markets? And the reason is that a lot of Democrats had other purposes in mind for these programs. And in my view, those other purposes would have constituted a terrible misuse of those programs. One of the goals, clearly, was to kind of morph the Fed's municipal liquidity facility into a bailout fund for states and municipalities. Now, how do we know that? Well, because the Democratic-controlled House passed a bill that would require that. There's no mystery here. They passed a bill that specifically would require the Fed to use the municipal liquidity facility to bail out states and municipalities under outrageous terms, ultra-low interest rates, ultra-long-term loans, 25 basis point interest rate, 10 years. States wouldn't even need to attest, as they do under current law, that they were unable to secure credit elsewhere. Basically, they wanted to turn the Fed from the lender of last resort to the lender of first resort. So they were clear about that. There are many Democratic activists and folks here who are sympathetic with them that have other purposes as well, such as using the corporate credit facility as a way to coerce the behavior they want from corporations. It wasn't about extending credit to companies that need credit. It's about achieving a social or cultural or political objective by attaching terms to the loans that would result in that. Those are the kinds of uses that many on their side had. And how do we know that? Well, among other things, they beat us up almost every day for not voting on the HEROES Act. I think they intended to vote for it. And so they would have been voting for this very misuse. So our goal was simple. Our goal as a conference, or the consensus of Republican senators, was to end these programs consistent with the intent of the law, and in fact, I believe the letter of the law, prevent the misuse, and make sure that the Fed's legitimate functions are not impinged upon. So how are we going to do this? We're going to do this with 4 steps, 4 specific goals that would allow us to achieve that outcome for the American people. Number 1, sweep the unused money out of those accounts and repurpose it. Use it for other better purposes. We have other needs. And that's an important objective. It also makes sure that the money is not available for misuse if we are shifting it out of these facilities and putting it to good use. Now, again, initially, the Democrat position was in opposition to this, but to their credit, the bipartisan group of 8 folks who got together and started, really were the catalyst for the bill that we're working on now. The Republicans persuaded the Democrats to accept this idea that the money should be swept out, and to the credit of the Democrats there, they agreed. And so that became the basis, or one of the bases, of this piece of legislation that we've been working on, and it achieves Republicans' first goal. The second goal is to end the programs as the statute intended. And as I say, I believe the statute achieves that, but there is a very aggressive interpretation to the contrary. So we know that Senator Schumer wanted to extend these programs well beyond the end of the year. We know it from his letter that he wrote. But to his credit, he ultimately relented, and Republicans achieved our second goal. The third goal that we had was to make sure that these programs aren't simply resuscitated next year. We all know there's going to be a new Secretary of the Treasury, and a joint decision by the Treasury Secretary and the Fed are what govern this program. Now, I don't think they would have the legal authority to resume this, but many of our Democratic colleagues openly advocated that despite the fact that Secretary Mnuchin and Powell had agreed not to extend these programs, that a new Treasury Secretary should in fact resume these programs, start them up again. We said no. And again, to the credit of our Democratic colleagues, they relented, and Republicans achieved our third goal. The fourth was simply to forbid the creation of a clone that would circumvent the third, right? If you had to end a particular lending facility, but you could just create an identical version of it or a nearly identical version of it and call it something else, well, that would defeat the purpose of ending the one you ended. So we needed in statute to make it clear that there would be a prohibition against the creation of a clone or a near clone. This one, Senator Schumer fought us hard on. I will say he fought us hard on this. And in the course of exchanges, we kept getting documents that didn't have any reference to this at all. But in the end, he agreed that we would have this prohibition. We then went back and forth on the exact language, exactly what would constitute a clone, as I'm using the term, and what wouldn't. We got to an agreement, and we achieved our fourth goal. So I want to commend my Democratic colleagues for working with us to get here. It wasn't easy, and I know there's a lot in this that they don't love about this. But with respect to these really important goals for the American people, we're making progress. One of the other things that I just have to address, because the leader brought this up in his comments earlier, was a terrible misrepresentation of what our objective was. Why did we think it was so important to end these programs in the first place? Our intent was not, as Senator Schumer implied on the floor today, to sabotage the incoming administration's ability to stabilize the economy. And that's a direct quote. That was not our intent. So what was our intent? Well, first, I mentioned earlier, we think it's important that you follow the law, and we believe the law requires that these be shut down. We understand that there was going to be an aggressive attempt to circumvent that by interpreting the law differently, and so we felt clarify the statute, make it unambiguous, and we would achieve that. The second thing is, of course, it's completely consistent with congressional intent. Let me say, I was one of the 2 Republican senators in the room when we were negotiating this part of the CARES Act with our Democratic counterparts, Secretary Mnuchin, our respective staffs and attorneys. There was nobody in the room who thought for a minute that these were meant to be indefinite programs. Remember where we were. We were absolutely convinced, and I think rightly, that we were on the verge of a full-blown financial crisis, a meltdown in the financial markets. And if that had happened, it's very likely we would have had a full-blown depression that could have lasted a very, very long time. Credit markets were freezing. Companies couldn't borrow. Do you know what that means when that happens to a business? They can't make payroll. Because if they can't access credit, if they can't borrow, draw down on a bank facility or issue their commercial paper or issue their corporate bond, if they can't raise the credit they need, they can't pay their bills. And when the credit markets freeze up and businesses can't pay their bills, including payroll, you have a full-blown, unmitigated disaster. That's what we wanted to prevent. The purpose of these facilities was narrow. It was to restore the normal functioning of the private lending and capital markets of America. The purpose was never to replace those markets. The purpose was never to pick winners and losers and decide which companies and industries should get favorable terms and which should not. It was none of those things. And it was very much not intended to be some kind of all-purpose cure-all for whatever economic ills there are. None of that. The purpose was always to ensure that credit-worthy borrowers could access credit through normal channels. Well, guess what, Mr. President? It worked. It worked better than we could have imagined, better than I was even hoping, because within days, credit markets were flowing again, because lenders had the confidence that through these facilities, the markets would not collapse. There would not be a freezing up. They would be able to function, and therefore they had the confidence to make that loan to that company that needed to make its payroll and all the other innumerable transactions that have to take place. In fact, it worked so well that as of now, I think, total credit has flown at an all-time record pace in the United States of America. Corporate bond issuance is off the charts. Very high credit, lower credit, debt and equity. The capital markets have been flowing. Credit lines from banks have been flowing. The programs achieved their limited purpose extremely well. Now, look, are there other economic needs in America? Absolutely. I mean, there are industries that have been devastated, the restaurant industry, hotels, transportation. We know that. And we've got legislation that is attempting to address many of those issues with forgivable loans and an increase in unemployment benefits and other provisions. It's here on the Senate floor through legislation like that that we should decide how, whether, and to what extent we're going to address those problems. That's our job, to do it through an appropriation process here in the Senate. That is not the job of the Fed. And that brings me to another really important reason why we didn't want these programs to continue indefinitely. And that is to protect the Fed from being politicized, to preserve the independence of the Fed, which is very, very important. If the Fed ever became simply an extension of one of the political parties, we'd be in a very, very bad place. But think about it. If these programs were going to continue indefinitely, and our Democratic colleagues got their wish that is represented in the HEROES Act, you know, to have massive subsidies for municipalities, think about the amount of political pressure on the Fed to bail out whoever is the preferred constituent of the day. Private or public, municipal or business. Just think about how it would be used. And think about the strings that they would, but they've advocated this. Many of our Democratic colleagues have said this could be a way to encourage unionization or encourage the composition of the board to look like we'd like it to look. It's an endless list. And it is all wildly inappropriate for the Central Bank of America to be engaged in this kind of thing. You should never put the Fed in the position of the incredible political pressure they would have been under. So, Mr. President, with this bill, and I hope we're able to vote on this, if not today, then tomorrow, there are some things in this bill, unrelated things that I like. I do think we need another round of PPP loans. I do think we need the expanded eligibility for unemployment benefits, for instance. There's things I don't like. I think direct payments to people who have not suffered a loss of income makes no sense whatsoever. But this topic I've been discussing, the end of these 13(3) lending facilities, are very important parts of the bill that I like very much. There are 4 important objectives we set out, and we achieved them. Sweeping the money out, shutting down existing facilities, the 4 existing CARES-funded facilities, forbidding their reopening without the consent of Congress, and forbidding clones from being an end run around that, all without impinging on the Fed's ability to intervene in the markets in emergency circumstances. Those are our objectives. In this legislation, we achieve all 4 of those objectives. I would say that's a good day's work, and I yield the floor.
Mr. President,
Senator from Arkansas.
I want to commend Senator Toomey and thank him for his expertise, for his foresight, and for his courage on the issue of ending these CARES Act-funded Federal Reserve programs. You've probably seen that over the last few days, he has been subjected to an onslaught of vicious, dishonest attacks by Democrats and their stenographers in the press gallery, saying that he was somehow gumming up the works. We're not going to pass this bill because the Toomey language was stopping it. Nothing could be further from the truth. First off, while Senator Toomey may be our thought leader on this issue, this was the Senate Republican Conference's position. That is why our majority leader stood firm behind it. And as Senator Toomey said, this is not a new issue. This is not something we just started debated. We had versions of this in our bill this summer. As he laid out, the minority leader and the Speaker of the House had a version of it in their $3.4 trillion this summer as well. The minority leader sent a letter about it. This has been at the heart of this legislation's debate for months. And the fact that it was in their legislation, it was in their letter, they kept saying that we wanted to somehow sabotage the economic recovery, just goes to show you what their intents were with these programs. It was to use them, as Senator Toomey said, as political slush funds. Use them to bail out, I don't know, New York State or the city of New York. Use them to impose politically correct policies on companies that could come to the Fed and get low or no interest rate loans if they dance to the woke left's tune. Senator Toomey and Senate Republicans drew the line on this. We drew the line on politicizing the Fed. We had no intent whatsoever to harm the Fed's background ability to take emergency action, and we'll be prepared in the future, as Congresses in the past have been, in an economic crisis to act as well, just like we have twice in the last 12 years, 2008 and 2020. But nothing you've read in the news about Senator Toomey and his language that he carried on behalf of the Senate Republican Conference could be further from the truth. I want to thank him for standing strong, and I want to thank the majority leader for standing strong in this as well. I yield the floor.
You just heard Senator Tom Cotton praising Senator Pat Toomey Pennsylvania regarding the the COVID-19 relief package, and the main issue about the Fed's powers and the Fed's abilities in this pandemic. Yeah, you heard Senator Pat Toomey right now, the Republican from Pennsylvania, saying that he wished there was more PPE funding in regards to this stimulus package. He, hopefully all of you can hear me. He disagrees, Senator Pat Toomey disagrees with the $600 stimulus checks. He said something along the lines that he doesn't understand why it's necessary for a $600 stimulus check for people who have not had a drop in income. So those were basically the gist of what Senator Pat Toomey said there. Thanks everyone for tuning into this broadcast here on HAPS Television. I'm Cameron Sidegi, restreaming from C-SPAN. You're allowed to restream Senate floor and House floor video footage from C-SPAN. If the United States, if Congress and the President do not sign off and vote in favor and sign off for this COVID-19 relief package by 12:01 a.m. Eastern, so midnight Eastern, the current government funding expires, leading to a government shutdown. A vote has still not taken place here on the Senate floor. An unfortunate comment from YouTube. My brother is a COVID victim on April 2nd, 2020. I'm sorry for your loss. Thank you for commenting. One commenter saying, honestly, it doesn't matter if some of us need it or not. We all pay high taxes. It's the least you can do. We all suffered sometime in our lifetime. Some of us might donate the money to charities. If I'm correct, the commenter is referring to Senator Pat Toomey's comments, basically saying that he does not agree with the $600 stimulus check for those who have not had a drop in income. Thank you for tuning into HAPS Television. For more other broadcasts, you can tune into haps.tv for other kinds of content: news, politics, sports, entertainment, music, comedy, or just straight streaming. Any kind of streaming, it's on HAPS Television, haps.tv. It is the third straight session, or not third straight session, excuse me, third Sunday session of the year for the United States Senate. You're looking live at the Senate floor, the United States Senate in Washington, D.C. As we are days away from the end of 2020, the United States Senate is still trying to figure out this COVID-19 relief package, and they have to come up with a deal before midnight Eastern. Otherwise, the federal government shuts down. In this Senate session, judicial and executive nominations are also on tap. You have seen some already today. Let's listen in to Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell.
The four leaders of the Senate and the House finalized an agreement. There will be another major rescue package for the American people. As our citizens continue battling this coronavirus this holiday season, they will not be fighting alone. We've agreed to a package of nearly $900 billion. It is packed with targeted policies that help struggling Americans who've already waited entirely too long. For workers at the hardest hit small businesses, there will be a targeted second draw of the Paycheck Protection Program. We've not worked so hard to save as many jobs as possible all these months, only to fumble the ball with vaccinations already underway. Speaking of vaccines, we can nullify the success of Operation Warp Speed by falling asleep at the switch on distribution. So this agreement will provide huge sums for the logistics that will get these life-saving shots to our citizens as fast as possible. Of course, many millions of Americans have lost their jobs and are continuing to lose them through no fault of their own. This package will renew and extend a number of the additional important federal unemployment benefits that have helped families stay afloat. Across all kinds of families, in all kinds of situations, this has been a difficult time across the board. So at the particular request and emphasis of President Trump and his administration, our agreement will provide another round of direct impact payments to help households make ends meet and continue our economic recovery. We all know this crisis has tested our healthcare providers. This legislation will continue to fund the front lines. But the crisis in American education has been staggering as well. So this package will supply billions and billions of dollars to help kids back in school, and to do so safely. These are just some of the key components. There are many more. And importantly, we're going to supply this emergency aid in a way that is smart and responsible. We'll be repurposing more than $560 billion in money that was already set aside by the CARES Act, but not spent, toward these urgent needs that I've outlined. And we'll be appropriately paring back some of the most expansive powers that Congress temporarily gave unelected officials to stabilize the financial system back in the springtime. And I want to particularly thank Senator Toomey for his extraordinary contribution to that effort. At long last, we have the bipartisan breakthrough the country has needed. Now we need to promptly finalize text, avoid any last-minute obstacles, and cooperate to move this legislation through both chambers. So this is good news, Mr. President, but I need to close with one observation that is regrettable. From where I stand, from where Senate Republicans stand, there's no reason why this urgent package could not have been signed into law multiple months ago. Multiple months ago. For months, Senate Republicans have consistently supported a targeted rescue package under $1 trillion focused on the same kinds of policies that we've actually settled on today. As far back as July and all autumn, Republicans have consistently supported a targeted package right in the ballpark of this total amount with exactly the same kinds of policies in the mix. The package that will shortly become law falls exactly within the ballpark of what Senate Republicans have been proposing and trying to pass since last summer. This is eerily similar to what we were trying to pass last summer. Compare the shape of this major agreement with the shape of what I proposed all the way back in late July. Yes, some fine details are different. There's no doubt this new agreement contains input from our Democratic colleagues. It is, of course, bipartisan, but those matters could have been settled a long time ago as well. So why did it take all this time? We know why. We've heard Democrats say openly they were not willing to deal all summer and fall, but are willing now because they have a president-elect of their own political party. That's not my accusation, Mr. President. That's their admission. They've been pretty candid about it. So look, I'm glad we've gotten this done. My Democratic colleagues and I have had good discussions this past week. Both parties have a lot to be proud of, but I really regret that some on the Democratic side decided that partisan presidential politics were more important than getting urgent and non-controversial relief out the door much sooner to families who have needed this help badly. The progress of this past week could have happened in July or August or September or October. Senate Republicans were advocating for a package just like this one all along in real time. I just wish our partners on the other side had put political calculations aside and worked with us to make this happen a long time ago. However, with that said, I appreciate the earnest conversations of the past week. I want to thank the Democratic leader, Speaker Pelosi, Leader McCarthy, as well as, in particular, Secretary Mnuchin, who's been tireless in these discussions throughout. Both sides in both chambers have really stepped up and worked hard to get this done. We'll be moving forward with historic pandemic relief and full-year funding legislation for the federal government as well, and I hope we can do this as promptly as possible. I suggest the absent quorum.
Clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Alexander.